Okay, so to start off with, I bought these guys from my local thrift store, and I wanted to quickly discuss how I'm going to go about restoring them. So first off, it's assessment time. We're going to check out these plushes and figure out what's wrong with them, what do they need help with. So let's start with this little bat from IKEA. I'm seeing a pretty glaring problem right there. It's got a pretty big hole and the stuffing is coming out. So that's something I'm going to address for sure. I am also seeing, I hope you can tell, this felt or fleece kind of fabric has picked up a bit of a lint. So I'm going to do something about that as well. Other than that, you can see, especially on the claws right here. Let's see. I'm seeing these wings look mostly good and intact, so I'm thinking that is probably the only issue that I'm seeing. The only couple issues that I'm seeing here is the lint and the gaping hole in his stomach. As for the stuffing, feels mostly nice. The head's nice and firm, so are the feet. I'm just thinking it needs some additional stuffing for the belly, because I'm assuming some fell out. And maybe we'll just like restuff it completely. I'll just take out all the stuffing and just do a complete restuff. But that's for this guy. This is a little McDonald's turtle, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And I had, of course, a look at them whilst I was picking them out, and I saw that this guy had some problems with his fins right here. Some of this sewing has gotten loose. Some over here as well. In there, so I'm just gonna be redoing some of that. It might just need a little bit of a trim for some of these loose threads. It has a mark right there. I'm assuming that will probably come out with washing. Other than that, I'm not really seeing that much that really needs to be fixed, so this one is fine for the most part. This guy is a little bit dirty. They're all a little bit dirty. But so far I'm not really seeing anything that really needs fixing. This one is in pretty good condition. It also has some threads that might need to be trimmed a little bit, but for the most part the stitching appears to be holding up fairly well. So yeah, maybe I will take out this scrap that's left from its tag. But other than that, this one is in pretty good condition. This one is also going to need a little bit of cleaning. Let's see, and we might do with some restuffing, because I'm feeling some of this stuffing that is in here is a bit old. It's not feeling as nice. It's a bit firm and bunched up, so we might have to do that. As far as these eyes go, there's a little bit of scratched up of this. The surface is a little bit scratched up, but it's nothing too major. The nose is a little bit more scratched up. You might want to do something about that. And then this little fox is thinking mostly fine. It's pretty firmly stuffed, so I might want to just he's got a little hole in his ear as well, so we're going to do something about that. I might want to restuff this one as well, because it's a little bit too firmly stuffed for my liking, but that is all up to you and what plushes you have or want to refurbish. If you like the stuffing's fine, don't do anything with it. If you'd like a little less firm or a little more firm, you can always restuff. And this little guy, let's see, I'm checking these seams, but this seems pretty good. It's just kind of old, may need a little trim here. This looks good. The face looks fine to me. So far I'm not really feeling any holes. You're just checking over these seams, especially where a lot of seams meet, like for example where the limbs attach. But I'm not really feeling any holes, and this fur is also pretty soft, so I'm thinking all of these should they're all like nice finds, and there's not that much wrong with them. They might just need a little bit of love, but they're not too messed up. I think the IKEA bat is probably in the worst shape, but they'll all be fine and easily fixable. So the first step with all of these is a good washing. And now this is maybe a little bit controversial, but I have experienced in my personal opinion and experiences that stuffed animals are mostly fine to go in a washing machine. Even if it says on the tag that you should only hand wash them, for the vast majority they can go into the washing machine. I'm not really seeing any tags on these guys, but there's a couple things that you need to look out for to determine if your animal is safe to go into a washing machine. More likely than not, it's probably fine. But there's a couple things that would not mix very well with a washing machine. One of those things is airbrushing or dry brushing. If your plush has any details that are painted on, you might want to reconsider and just wash them by hand very gently, because some of the paint can come out with the detergent or the washing in a machine, because it's much more thorough than just hand washing. Another thing would be armatures or styrofoam parts. Anything that's not polyfill stuffing might cause a problem in the washing machine, just because it won't be able to withstand either the force, or it will rust if it's made of metal, that sort of thing. So just make sure that there's only fabric, polyfill pellets, those little beads. This one has some here in his stomach. This one, ooh, there goes the fox. This one had some over here as well in his back. But that's all fine typically to go into the washing machine. So that's typically fine. I also, even more controversially, usually just put them in a dryer as well. But there is a really big but that goes with both washing and drying in a machine, and that is you have to select a gentle cycle. You also must not allow the temperature to exceed 30 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but do not let it get above 30 Celsius, because at that point, especially faux fur and such can start to melt. The poly beads usually have a little bit of a higher temperature that they can resist, but especially the faux fur, like what's on this guy, or even stuff that's on this guy, can start to melt and clump up, and that is not what you want, because then you'll get something like a dryer fur, which is this really nasty looking clumped up melted mess that you get when you put a plush in a dryer when it's not and it gets too hot basically. So do watch out for that. I do have some tips for fixing dry fur later in the video, So it's not 100% lost, but it's much better to just completely avoid that situation if you can. So just be careful, gentle cycle, no more than 30 degrees Celsius, and just make sure that you know, it's safe for your plush to go in the dryer or the washing machine beforehand. Something like sound boxes, you also have to be careful of, or like any electronic device that is inside a plush. I know it's you know, pretty straightforward not to chuck that into a washing machine, but just be careful that you do not do that, because that's important. And we don't want to destroy any plushes, we want to make them better. So those are the most important things to watch out for. As for drying, if you don't feel comfortable drying in with a dryer, the best alternative is probably sunlight. So I'm also likely going to put these guys in the sun for a little bit as well, because sunlight also kills some bacteria and dust mites as well. They should be taken care of with the washing and the drying in the machines as well, but sunlight is a really good alternative. Another thing that you can do is put them near a radiator, but be careful not to push them like put them on top of the radiator or pressed up against the radiator, at least not for extended periods of time, or like letting the radiator get too hot, because you get the same stuff with the dryer fur, where like it gets too hot and it melts the fur or the hairs, and they clump up, and it's not pretty, and we do not want that. So be careful about that. You can also just let them drip dry, but just be careful they're 100% dry before you put them back where they were, or like store them or something, because we don't want them to be wet, because we don't want mold or anything to form. So make sure that you get them dry as quickly as you can, but be careful and gentle about it as well. Yeah, I'm going to be fixing up more than just these guys and the little fox that fell on the floor. I have a couple more plushes, for example, ones with extreme dryer fur, and I've got some scratched up eyes as well, and I'm going to want to replace some bald patches. I've got a couple plushes with faux fur, but then they have like a patch that is just like completely bald, so there's no fur left. I'm going to fix that sort of stuff as well. But I thought this would be a good place to start with these thrifted plushies. Yeah, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to put them in the washing machine, and then I'll see you once they're all dry as well. Yeah. Okay, so now that they're washed and fully dried, I think I'm actually going to be replacing the stuffing for all of them, because I'm not sure if the cleaning was as thorough as I would have liked. I'm also likely going to soak them in cleaning grade vinegar for, I want to say, like an hour or so, and then I'll let them dry in the sun for good measure. And that should leave them very clean. So that's what I'm going to do next, is replacing the stuffing. So for plushes like these, you'll likely encounter two types of stuffing. We have the regular polyfill stuffing, that's this stuff, and we have these poly pellets, or these beads. I have a bunch of them. I use them for plush making, so I have them on hand. For stuffing, I would recommend buying a pillow, because normal stuffing is very hard to come by for a reasonable price, because usually you'll find pillows much cheaper, and there's the exact same stuff inside. I'm actually gonna shut my computer off, I think, because it's making noise. Okay. So to open something like this up, make sure that if it has beads, that you don't open it like right here. For example, this one has beads in its paw, so if you open it here, be aware that also all those beads are going to spill out. So I've identified that it has beads in its paws and in the stomach, so I'm going to cut open along the back seam probably. Because that will ensure the least amount of those small beads going everywhere, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to use a seam ripper, but you can use scissors as well, pretty much any tool. I would recommend opening them up along a seam, so when you sew it back up, it won't be as noticeable. So I'm just going to find that seam, there it is, and I'm going to start parting it and ripping a hole. So you'll see that this stuffing is old because it's look at that, it's very hard and dense, it's clumped up quite a bit. And if you just compare this to this, you can tell why this one wasn't feeling as nice anymore. So I'm just gonna go take the stuffing out, and that's gonna, you can reuse it if you want, but I'm gonna throw it away. Also, what happens with this kind of stuffing is that it's so dense that it doesn't dry as easily. So some of this stuffing will still be wet. One thing to look out for is the face, because sometimes faces have thread sculpting, which is just basically threads to pinch certain points together to make a different face shape. So for example, I don't know if this one has any, but a very common one you'll see is that they put a knot at the bottom and then pull it up, so you pinch this part of the face. If you notice any thread sculpting whilst you're taking the stuffing out, you might want to just be a little bit more careful, especially when you're restuffing, to make sure that the plush still looks the same. Or alternatively, which is probably what I'm going to do, is just re-thread sculpt. Just do it again. Okay. This is, yeah, look, that's one of those thread sculpting threads, likely. Or I just pulled a seam somewhere. Yeah. So this was attached to the eyes, and these were pulled backwards. This is what the inside of those washes looks like. Yeah. Here's some more thread sculpting. I'm just gonna pluck this. It doesn't, you don't have to replace all of it, obviously, but the vast majority for plushes with stuffing like this is probably nice. So I'm just gonna leave that in there. Yeah. Turn it back. So now we're getting to these beads. Sometimes you'll find that they're in a little pouch with these. Oh yeah, these are. Look. They're just in a little pouch like this. I am going to replace them, so I'm not going to keep them, but you could keep them if you wanted to. And there's another little pouch. And the last one. Now it's unstuffed. So I'm not going to put these beads into little pouches because I want to make this one a little bit heavier, a little bit floppier. So I'm just going to pour those beads directly in. Now, if you've watched my otter tutorial, you'll have seen me do plenty of this. I'm just going to scoop them right in to the hole. Shake it to settle it. I'm actually not just going to fill up the paws, but the whole leg and probably the butt as well, to help them be really sturdy. And what's important is I'm not going to pack it very densely. I'm going to leave a little bit of space so that those beads can move around, because if they're densely packed, you're just going to have a very sturdy stuffed animal, and we don't want them to be sturdy, we want them to be floppy. This is just an exercise in feeling what feels right. Just gonna like massage it a little bit and feel like, okay, what feels good? Do I want more? Do I want less? Now I'm going to grab some of this polyfill stuffing and kind of seal up the legs a little bit to make sure that those beads don't go flying everywhere. And I'm going to stuff the face as well. So for stuffing, if you want to stuff something to be floppy, these beads are a great way to do that, but you do need to just watch how much you put in there, because the less stuffing you put into your toy, the more floppy it will be. But the best thing you can do is stuff strategically. So I will be hard stuffing the face, so I'm going to stuff as much in here as I can get into here. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the neck with little to no stuffing. And what that will do is it will create a little pocket that can bend. So if there's no stuffing here, this head can flop. If you stuff this tightly, it's not gonna be able to do that. Alright, so the head is stuffed, and I'm going to put a little bit more stuffing in the body. And I am going to put some in the neck, because I don't want to have like too little stuffing in the neck either. Maybe I'll put a little bit more in the body. Oh, it's a bit much. Something like this. Okay, and now I'm gonna just feel around. Do I like this amount of stuffing in this plush? Do I think the legs are stuffed too densely? Do I like this? I think that's fine. So you can just massage it a little bit to give the stuffing, to get the stuffing dispersed as you'd like it. Okay. Ooh, okay, I'm noticing a hole right here, which I hadn't noticed before. There is a hole there, so this is important to keep in mind, because if you don't do anything about this, stuffing will, especially as beads, will start spitting everywhere. So I'm going to make sure I patch this up as well. Other than that, I think this is a nice floppy stuffed animal right there. I like the way it's stuffed here. I think it's nicely dispersed right there, and like this it will be able to sit by itself as well, because the back side is heavier than the front side. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to stitch this hole back up, I'm going to stitch this back up, and then I'm going to do a little bit of thread sculpting on the face. And then he's ready for his vinegar soak. Okay. Now, I have a lot of different coloured threads. For this one, I'm just going to use something that can match to the fur. But it doesn't matter that much, because I'm going to show you an invisible stitch. So I might actually start with the black. So I'm not going to need that much thread. Okay. Let me start with the back then. Now for fabric like this, that is very furry, you don't necessarily have to worry so much about making a stitch that is completely invisible, because the fur will likely hide the stitches anyway. But I'm going to show you how to do a lattice stitch. You can also look this up on YouTube for a little bit better detail or footage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to knot my thread. I'd already knotted my thread, and I'm going to put it, I may have to knot again. Sometimes you'll need a bigger knot because it might slip through. Yeah. Fabric. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure actually that I'm keeping this hinged because I don't want these to go flying everywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find one side of the fabric. I'm going to pick, maybe I want to start there, maybe I want to start there. I'm going to start here. So I'm going to pick whichever side I want to start on. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to start here, and I'm going to find the inside of this piece of fabric, so right there, and I'm going to stick my needle through like this. Yeah, so now I'm also going to test if it's sturdy enough, and it's not. I might want to use a thicker thread because I'm noticing it doesn't really want to stay put. So I'm just going to grab a thicker thread. I have this one right there, that's sturdier. So in that case I might just do this one first anyway. So it's going to be a little bit harder to show on this one because it's much smaller. So I will show you what it looks like on the back. But if you've never used a lattice stitch before, especially for plushies, it's very, very useful. So I'm just going to go along this seam and pull it shut. And I'm going to go over a few times just to make sure, especially because I want these seams to be reinforced so they don't break and spill those beads. And you can do something like putting those beads into pouches, so if you do get a hole it doesn't immediately spill and it's not that big of a deal. But personally I prefer, for plushes like these, I prefer the feeling of those beads being loose inside the plush, because it makes for more I don't know, it feels a little bit better for me. So I've just massaged some of those beads into place a little bit more so it's not as densely stuffed. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go knot my threads, cut it off. And then that hole is patched up nicely. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to actually do the ladder stitch. So I'm going to grab some threads. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on today. Normally I never have trouble threading my needles. There we go. Oh my gosh, there's a tiny knot. There's a tiny knot. This is fine. There we go. So, knot that thread, and then we're gonna pick a side where we're gonna start working, and then anchor the thread on the inside of the fabric. So, right there for me. Stress test it. Okay, that's unlikely to come out, but it still could, so I'm going to anchor it down even more. I'm just going to make a little knot here, and that should stay put. Yeah. Okay, now I am going to cross over to the other side, and I'm going to so my thread is attached here on this side, so I'm going to go cross over to the other side. So I'm going to stick my needle through the nice side or the outside of this piece. So this is where we're coming from, this is where we're going. So I'm going to stick it in right there, and it come out on the same side. So you can see, stick it in here and pull it out there, so it's on the same side. And I'm just going to pull it through. So right now we have a thread see if we can pull this up right here, going from show you right there, going from there to there, right there. Okay, it'll be easier to see once we do a few more of these. So now we are on this side of the fabric, this one, and we're going to cross over again to this side. I'm going to do the same thing, stick it in, and then out on the same side. Yeah, in and out on the other side. So you're crossed over, and I'm just going to do this a few more times so that I can show you why the ladder stitch got its name. So I've just put my thumb in between so you can see it a little bit clearer. But these are kind of like the rungs of a ladder. So if you go through and you just go from here to there, to there, to there, it's kind of like that, to there, to there. This is how, I do hope that you can see that, how it's going. So you go from here to there, and then stick it through, you come out here, over there, stick it through, come out here, over there, stick it through, come out there. You get the idea. And then what you're going to do, I'll show you later, you're going to pull on this and pull it taut so that it shuts itself, and you won't be able to see the stitching. Okay, now I'm going to pull it, through. You might have to yank it a little bit, depending on how much the fabric resists the thread. This is why I recommend using a very thick and sturdy thread for this stuff, because it might not be able to resist. If you use a thinner thread, it might not be able to resist as well. So you can also pull on it intermittently, so it doesn't put as much strain. Now this is shut all the way, you can barely even tell. I'm just going to feel for holes, especially near the edges. This seems to be fine. So I'm going to test again. Do I like this amount of flop? I think I do. Okay, then I'm going to move on to thread sculpting, and then this little fella is done. So I'm going to knot my thread, cut it off. So one that I mentioned that is very popular for thread sculpting is to attach on the bottom side of the face and then go right between the eyes like that. I'm going to do that as well. I'm just going to attach it here. And if you want, you can do a different knot that is invisible. But I think it's a little bit charming to have a visible knot at the bottom, or like one that you can feel if you really, you know, if you know it's there, you can feel it. I think it adds a little charm. Okay. Just gonna go from here again to here, and I'm just gonna pull that up a little bit. Put a little bit of string on there, and then knot it at the top to anchor it. It's a little bit tight, not too tight, just a little bit, to define that shape a little bit more, right there. Another thing I might want to do is pinch these points. So I'm going to go there, to there, anchor it here, go from there to there on the other side. And back to the original. And pull it. So it has a little bit more of a defined muzzle. I think that's cute. I'm going to do the same thing over here, but I'm going to pull these points up like this. So I'm going to go here. And if I'm going too fast, you have more questions about thread sculpting, send me a message on Instagram or Discord, or even just place a comment, and I will address your question gladly. So basically what I'm trying to do is define the shape a little bit more by pulling certain points together, and then sculpting them as it were, giving the face a little bit more definition. you'll see it has a little bit more of a defined muzzle, and I like this look a lot. I'm actually going to pinch these points as well. Look, that looks a lot more dog-like. It's pinched here, so I'm going to do that too. This is how I test what points I want to pull together as well. Just pinch them with my fingers, and if I like the look, I'll do it with thread. That's the muzzle thread sculpted. I'm going to do the rest of the face. And of course this step is entirely optional. I like doing it because I like to give the plushes a little bit more definition in their shape, but you know, the original looks fine too. There's nothing wrong with keeping it the way that it is. This is just what I personally prefer and like doing. Another one that I like to do is drawing the eyes closer together. So I'm just going to knot it right here, right before the eye, like right there. I'm going to anchor it here. And go to the other eye. And back to where we started. And I'm going to pull those together a little bit more. Not too much, just a bit. I'm also going to pull the top of the head down. So I'm going to go here to the top of the head. Anchor it at the top of the head. And I'm going to pull it down right there to below the chin again. And pull it down a little bit. So now we have a more realistic shape, in my opinion, because before it looked like this, which is also cute, but I like this better. Now, isn't that adorable? I like it a lot. I think it looks very cute. It looks a lot like my neighbor's dog. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, is there anything else I want to thread sculpt? I think it's done. So I'm gonna anchor my thread, cut it off. And that's this one done. I'm going to go through the other ones a little bit quicker because this took a lot longer because I was explaining everything, but now that I've explained most of what I've done here, I hope the other ones will be a little bit more straightforward. And again, if you have any questions, send me a message or leave them in the comments. Or if you need any help or advice, you can always message me. And I'll be glad to help you. So, this one is ready to go into the vinegar bath. So I'm gonna just move on to the next ones. Yeah. So this little guy, I'm also gonna rip the back open. I mentioned before I didn't want it as densely stuffed. This feels a little bit newer. It's still probably a couple years old. You can tell this one has thread sculpted details because you can see the knot at the bottom of the chin there. But it's only this bit as far as I'm aware. And again, I might not be able to get everything out, but that's okay. I'm actually going to use a paintbrush or a pen. Where's that paintbrush gone? Oh. Right there. To get the stuffing into these smaller areas, like the paws, because I can't really reach in there. Oh dear. Well, there's no more paintbrush for me for the foreseeable future. Okay, almost done. With plushes like these, it's important that you hard stuff the extremities, because we want to avoid the floppy effect with this one. So what happens when you want to stuff a plush to be floppy is you leave the areas you want to bend understuffed. So with this one, we left the neck understuffed so it can bend here and be nice and floppy. But with this one, we don't want that happening right here. So we want to hard stuff those bits, and maybe even overstuff them a little bit to give them extra reinforcement. But I don't want this to be like dense as a brick. So I'm not gonna hard stuff the rest of the body, just the extremities. Now, you can see this one isn't as floppy. Like, you can still bend the neck, but that's to be expected. But if I shake it, it's not gonna flop all over the place. If I shake this one, it is. Also to do with the amount of weight that I put in these extremities, like the paws and stuff. Okay, so now I'm just going to sew that shut with the same ladder stitch. Is there a free somewhere? Now with flat fabrics like this, you might want to be a little bit more careful about hiding your stitches, because they'll be showing up more. And with this one, because I'm using a thinner thread, I'm pulling it shut intermittently. Alright, that's the restuffing done. Now I'm going to go stitch up that hole in his ear. I'm going to use the same lattice stitch for this one. I pretty much exclusively use a lattice stitch for patching up things like that. Now, if you're lattice stitching, you might sometimes get this effect. This is when you pull the thread so tightly that it creates a sort of zigzag pattern. You can fix this by simply going over it again, but in the opposite direction. And just pull the thread, pull the fabric closer together. There we go. That's all fixed up. And we have our cute little fox. Look at him, he's adorable. Okay, I don't think you guys need to sit through much more of this. So I'm not sure how much of the rest of this I'm going to be filming. But for this one, I don't know if you guys remember, but this one has a little remnant of a tag stuck here. So I'm going to take that out as well. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to rip the seam and pull it out. Usually I like leaving tags in, but if they're just like little pieces cut off, I'll take them out. All right. This is also very old stuffing. It's not as old as a dog, but it's very dense and I don't have finger strength for this. Oh. Whew. That's okay, we can leave a little bit. How do I even manage to turn this inside out? Or right side out? When they were making it, that's beyond me. It's very stuck. Honestly, might be better off ripping another hole in the arm. Because there genuinely does not seem to be another way to get the stuffing out, and that's okay. Okay, last little bit. All right. Now, unstuffed. And to stuff again. Now for this one I would like to keep the floppy arms, so I'm going to make sure to leave these bits relatively unstuffed. But I am going to put at least a little bit of stuffing in these arms. Okay, and now the legs. Okay, and the face. What a cute little baby. I'm actually going to put mostly poly pellets in the body. Poly beads. I don't actually know what they're called. Okay. So now the face is stuffed, the arms are stuffed. And the legs are stuffed as well. I'm going to take a little bit of stuffing out these arms. Oh. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. This one, I'm just going to lay him flat. I'm just going to pour the pellets in very, very, very carefully. I don't want to do too much because I want to give it room to breathe. I think I want to do a little bit more. That's probably about right. Okay. I'm actually going to keep it in the box as I'm stitching it shut because I don't want any accidents. And I am going to use a strong thread even if the colour doesn't match exactly. Because this really should not come out. Okay, that's shut, but I'm probably going to go over at least one more time, just to make sure. Okay, now that seam is reinforced. going to stitch the arms back up as well. Snap my thread. Whenever that happens, that's also a sign to maybe use a stronger thread. This one is quite thin. I don't know if you can tell. It's quite a like that. Yes, quite a thin thread. So I want to use something thicker like this. It's so thick you can even see it on camera. shut. Last little bits. Alright, that's this little guy finished. You might notice if you are thread sculpting or stitching faux fur that you get this little pattern, I guess, of patched up for the area where you patched it up, that the fur is kind of clumping a little bit because it got caught by the thread. something you can do to manage that is throw something on the ground. Yeah. You can use a dog wire brush to kind of brush over the fur, and it will pull out those hairs that were caught by the thread. This is also a tool that we're going to be using later to be fixing drier fur. So I don't know if you can tell, but the texture is quite different where I've brushed as opposed to where I haven't. Look at that leg. It's much softer than this. So that's a really cool trick. Okay, but for now this guy's done. Ready for his bath later. Okay, I think I'm gonna work on the bat next. Yeah, his feet are pretty solid still. I used to have one of these guys when I was a kid, but I think I gave it away or donated it. So I like to think that this is the same one and that it just found its way back to me. And now it's my turn to patch him up. Even that one I had was second hand. I remember I got it from a flea market. For free, actually. Because I remember walking past it, being like, oh my gosh, it's so cute, I love it, oh my gosh, I don't have a bat plush, that's so unique. And then I think my dad was with me, and he's like, you know, you have enough plushies, move along. But then the person who was running that stall, I guess, they gave it to me for free because I liked it so much. Just really sweet of them to have done. IKEA actually does make some really nice plushies, in my personal opinion. I've got a couple of them. I also don't want this one to be too floppy, so I'm just gonna heart stuff for the most part. I'm just gonna do the extremities first, and then the body. Just a little bit more. And I think that's about right. Just gonna stitch them back up. You're just gonna use this grey. Maybe this green could matches quite nicely. Yeah, I'll use the green. Okay, all stitched up and stuffed. Really has a lot of lint stuck to him, so we're gonna help him out with that as well. But first I'm gonna fix the other guys up. So we're in the final stretch. I might actually take this tag out as well. Yeah, I might not be able to take the stuffing out of the fins because they are sewn down right there, but that's okay. I wonder what kind of sea turtle it is. I'm thinking it's a leatherback. They're very cool. I want to draw one someday. Make a character. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit out the belly because I want it to be relatively flat. Yeah, something like that. Oh, careful little buddy. almost done. All sewn up, and now to trim some of this back. I just discovered another hole. There's a teeny tiny one here. If you can see that, but I'm going to stitch that up. they're good as new. Okay. Right, and then there's one left. One left. This one also has a tag here that I probably want to take out. I think I'm going to open it up from there to there. This one also has beads in his butt, so gotta be careful not to spit any. Oh, but they're also in a little pouch, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not going to unstuff the face too much because the stuffing felt pretty okay, not too old. And I don't want to mess with the thread sculpting in there. Please not too much. This was such a cool find. I think I really like this one. Because I've been wanting a puffin. I forgot what they were called in English for a second. A puffin plush for a while, but I could never really find one that I liked that had all the details on them. Okay, so the recording cut off, but I just stitched him back up and he's looking right as rain. So before they are going to go into their vinegar bath, I wanted to do something about this lint, this stuff that's stuck to him. And there's a couple things that you can do to get it off. Well, the first would be to just pluck it off by hand, which is not impossible. Like, I'm able to get little bits off, but it's not very efficient. Another thing that you can use is a lint roller. Just look, that gets some stuff off fairly nicely. So I'm just going to do a little bit of that first. I'm just going to go over every surface that has these things stuck to them. I'm just going to roll them over. And that's already a night and day difference. Night and day, night and day. I think I'm getting to a point where the roller isn't that sticky anymore, so it's not really picking up much of what's left, so I'm just going to tear off a piece and it's brand new again. I dare say that worked very well. Look, that is so much better. Looks so much nicer. Now, if you have any more pieces that are more stubborn, like on the toes, for example, here on the claws, you can try and pluck these off by hand, which is what I think I'm going to do. But if you cannot get them off, even by hand, you can use an old razor. Don't use this one for your body, obviously, but this can help get these last little bits off. just going to go over it and loosen those little bits, and then you can pluck them off. You might not be able to get everything off, but that's okay. You get a good chunk off, and that's what matters. And after this, you might want to go over with the lint roller one last time. To pick up those last bits of fuzz. Yeah, see, that still picked up quite a bit of fluff. Okay, yeah, he's done. And that looks so much better. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you can tell, but so much junk came off. That's great. That's great. I'm so happy. Okay, now these are gonna go soak for a bit, and I'll see you when I get to that. Okay, so I've just popped them into a bag with the cleaning vinegar and water. Not too much water, but roughly about 50% normal water and then the vinegar solution. And I'm just going to leave them for like an hour. Might come here and agitate it a little bit to make sure that they're all covered and soaking. And yeah, then we'll go and rinse them and comb through the fur and do everything else. Yeah, so these are soaking and I'll check back in about an hour. Okay, so whilst those guys are soaking, I want to work on this little gal, Jashira Plush from Ice Age. I've had this one for a couple of years, but it's always kind of looked like this. The fur on her cheeks and her mane, I guess, and her chest have always been kind of sparse. It's never looked amazing. So somebody asked what do you do when a plush has a hole that is too big to ladder stitch back together, and I'm going to show you to what you can do, and even though she doesn't have any holes, I'm going to make some holes so we can get her some hair transplants, I guess. So first thing to do is to determine what you want to either if you have a big hole, or if you have a plush that is just kind of sparse fur that you want to add something to, is to decide what kind of fabric you want to use. And I've got these two picked out. This is a white faux fur. It's not very long, but it's just kind of a little bit fuzzy, and I want to use this for the chest and for the cheeks. And then I have this grey that is a little bit longer, that I want to use for the mane right there. I might want to add a little bit to the tail, but I'm not quite sure on that. So first thing to do after you've determined which fabrics you want to use is determine where you want to cut. So I'm just gonna mark it with a ballpoint pen, because I don't just want to have a tiny little strip of fur, I want to have a full chest of fur. She also has this little loose thread that I may want to either put back in or cut off I don't have a needle at my disposal right now. So I'm just gonna lightly mark or trace around where I want this fluff to be. Unfortunately my recording cut off, but I've just traced around here, and I'm going to do the same for the cheeks, even though I'm quite sure where I want that to be. I don't necessarily need that to be traced, so I'm going to just do it for the mane. Okay, so I've marked out where I want the faux fur to go, just lightly. Now I'm going to do the scary part. I'm just going to cut her open. You can use scissors, you can use a box cutter, whatever works for you. I might just grab the box cutter. See what is a little bit easier. And I'm just going to carefully go around. Okay, scissors seem a little bit easier or safer, so I'm just going to use those. Okay, now she's got a hole in her chest. This might be one that you would consider to be too severe to ladder stitch together, even though you could just do it like flatten it and stitch it up, but you would see that the shape of the plush would change a bit. So we would get the legs, the front legs pulled closer together. If we sewed the shutton, we would have a kind of a little point in the neck chest area. So you might not want to ladder stitch that sort of thing. I'm going to install a patch instead. So this is the bit that I cut out, and one thing that is worth noting is that this is not a flat piece of fabric. This points upwards a little bit. So that means we're gonna have to either do two pieces or we're gonna do a dart or two. I'm gonna do two darts, and a dart is where you cut a little slit, and we're gonna do it like this and like this, to where now the fabric lays flat together, without any. It lays flat when you lay it down. It's a flat piece of fabric, because this, what we're working with, is also a flat piece of fabric. So as you can see, the shape has changed a little bit. We have these little triangles now, and we are going to sew those back together on the new transplant piece. But I'll show you how to do it. So first thing to determine is the fur direction. Which way does the fur go? More importantly, which way does the fur not go? So if we look at the chest, we want to pet it this way. So we want the fur to go down like that. And if I pet this faux fur right here, I'm seeing that this way feels nice and this way feels rough. So you get, if you pet it upwards like this or downwards like this, one of those is going to be nicer. this one's going to be nicer, so I'm going to take this as the third direction. And I'm just going to trace this piece in the direction that we want to use. So I'm going to trace this piece. Okay. So now we have this piece traced here. I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to be careful to just cut the backing. It's easier to cut faux fur with box cutters, where you just cut the backing. You can do it with scissors. I'm going to do it with scissors because it's a little bit more convenient for me right now. But just be careful to just cut the backing and not the hair, because if you cut the hair, it will alter the look. With hair that is as short as this, it doesn't matter as much as when you have really long faux fur. But just be careful to just cut the backing. Now we have our piece, and it would fit nicely on here. And I actually have to, you know, check, do I like this? I think I like this. So we're going to set this aside and stitch it up. I have to grab my supplies. I'll just be using normal thread. I'll use the grey. I think that'll work nicely. Okay, so first thing you're going to want to do is sew up these darts. So I'm going to fold this in half to where this point of the triangle right there is on the same side, in the same position as the one on the other side. And I'm going to stitch along this line. Okay. I'm gonna knot the thread, if it will cooperate with me. Yes. Now if you want, you can cut this excess right here. I'm not going to, because I like that it's there, just in case it ever comes off, or the stitching ever comes undone. I'll be able to stitch it back together easily. But if you want to cut it off, you can. I'm going to do the same for this dart, just fold it in half and stitch it together. And anchor the thread, or knot it. And cut it off. So now we have both darts stitched up, and then this has the same kind of dome shape that we had on the original piece. So now I'm just gonna sew it on to her chest like that. I wanted to take a drink, but my phone is stood against the water bottle. I did not think this through before I started filming. Okay, nice long thread. What is up with me today? I've been stabbing myself left and right with these sharp needles. It's kind of an inevitability when you're sewing, but it's happening more than usual today. Okay, just gonna knot my thread. If you want, you can just pin this in place. I'm just gonna stitch it in place with, I'm just going to start at the top like this, and she's gonna fall. And I'm going to ladder stitch this on as well, so I'm just going to fasten this to her chest. So I hope you can see this right there. Not the best camera angle for this. Let's see. Oh, that probably works. That probably works. Oh, tangly threads. Okay. So I've just attached it at the top. I'm going to attach it at the bottom as well, right there. And this doesn't have to be super pretty. Now this is attached here and right there. I'm also going to attach it on the sides, and then I'm just going to ladder stitch the whole thing on. Now you can do this the same as me, where you make a hole on purpose to attach something else, or if you have a plush that just has a large hole like that, you can do something of the sort as well. You just have to make sure that your patch, oh gosh, there goes the thread, that's okay. You just have to make sure that the patch is the right shape for the hole. Okay, so now it's attached here and here and there, and I want to attach it here, and then ladder stitch time. Okay, now that it's attached on these 4 key points, I'm just going to go and ladder stitch all the way around and sew the shut. There goes the thread again. Don't tug too hard on these. Sorry, it's kind of hard for you guys to see. Trying my best here. It's just kind of impossible to set a tripod up on my desk because I do not have any space, unfortunately. Almost done. Okay. I think that's on nicely. Look at that, that's really cute. Little fuzzy chest. Much better than this little scrap, in my personal opinion. So I can discard that bit. This does not fit, I don't think. Nope. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do the rest of these bits off camera, because you know it's the same concept, same thing. I'll work a little bit quicker that way. But yeah, I'll see you when she's done. Okay, so Shira got done with her hair transplants, and she's looking very gorgeous. I am, however, going to trim this back fluff a bit, I think, because it's a little bit wild as it is, and she doesn't really look like herself that much, because in the films she has this like nice stripe down her back, just a little bit of fluff, not a lot, but I want to try and mimic that a little bit, even though I do like how fluffy she is. So I'm not quite sure, I wanted to look like herself a little bit more, but I do think she's very cute and pretty. Very happy with how she turned out. The other guys I have over here, let's see if I can show them, because this is helpful. Okay, well, I hope you can see them. With the little orangutan, the bat, the duck, the turtle, the fox, and the puffin, and they are looking very nice. The vinegar bath really helped, because they smell very clean. Very happy with how they turned out, and especially the monkey. So soft right now. I am just speechless by how soft this vinegar made the fur. So I'm very, very happy with that. Very nice, very nice. I'm very, very happy. I think that turned out very well. Still needs to dry a little bit, but I just brushed the fur with the dog wire brush, and I combed through it a little bit with a fine tooth comb, this thing, just a little bit, not a lot, and that was incredibly successful. Like it feels super soft, so I'm very happy with that, and I'm going to use the same method of soaking in vinegar for the last portion of this video, which will be about fixing dryer fur. So I'm very, very excited about that. Let's see. Shira, maybe she looks kind of cute with her hair combed back all the way. I don't know, man. It's just one of those things you can't really undo. So once I start shaving, that's it. Even though I could very, very well just do the same thing again, and just I've got more fabric, so I can just cut this bit out and give her a new mane if everything goes horribly wrong. So I guess it's not all lost. But yeah, she's cute. I like her a lot. I think maybe just this tuft on her head is too much. I mean, like, I'm cool with the rest, but just that bit is what makes her look less like herself, I'm thinking. But I don't know. Kind of unsure, but it'll be fine. So the lighting's really bad, but I don't have a better solution. Unfortunately. Let me have a good look at you. She's cute. think I'm just gonna try a little bit. Do this above a box so that it's not too much mess. Okay. Can't probably, it's hard to see for you guys probably, but I'm just shaping the fur a little bit. I'm just taking some fur length off the side here. I do like the way that's looking. I think okay. I'm liking the way that's looking. It's got a little bit of an undercut. That looks really nice, I think. So I'm just going to keep on doing that. Oh yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. I'm very happy with that. Oh, I wish I could show you guys a little bit better, but I do not have the ability to set up the camera in a way that you would be able to see it better. So I'll try my best to show you intermittently as I'm working. So here's what we have right now. I took a bit off the sides here and there. Needs a little bit of clean up still, but I'm very happy with how this is looking so far. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to comb through a little bit more. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. I think so anyway. Just going to catch some extra hairs like this. Yeah, nice. Nice. Okay, so took off some fur from the sides, so from the top. I hope you can see that. So it looks like she has a little bit more of a stripe rather than just a whole mane, without taking off too much. I could have left a little bit more on the sides. It's always kind of hard to judge as you're doing it, but I think it's turned out fairly well. So especially from the front, I feel like that looks much nicer than that whole whole wild nest of hair. Yeah, I'm very happy with how she turned out. Very happy. So, I didn't really explain too much of what I was doing, but I have that those clippers, and I just basically imagine the kind of shape that I want, and the fur length where I would need to like make that shape. So I knew I wanted something like a raised ridge along her back, or along the back of her neck, and so I imagined, okay, if I want that, how do I need to shape the fur? I was like, okay, well that means I need a stripe, or at least a thin stripe, to be long fur, and then the sides need to be a little bit shorter, so I'm going to shave those short, and then from the front I didn't want such a big tuft to show, so I took a little bit off the front, and then along the back I shaped it a little bit. I'm super happy with how this turned out. I feel like she looks really nice like this, so I'm very, very happy. I'm just combing through some of this just a little bit to get some of this excess hair out. There's not that much, but just a bit. And oh my goodness, she looks so nice, so nice. I don't know if you guys remember what she looked like first, but she just had just tiny strips of fur that were barely visible on her belly or chest, on her cheeks, and especially down her neck was like nothing. Just a single strip of a tiny bit of fur, but she looks really nice now. I'm so happy with her. Look, that's so adorable. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Does she look like herself? I think she looks like herself. I'm so happy. So happy. Yeah. So, there we go. Oh, she's so nice. She's so nice. I'm so excited. Haha. Okay. Yeah, I'll see you in the next clip. Okay, the last little bit I'm going to be doing for today is replacing some eyes and thread sculpting a little bit. So, I have these cute little snow leopards here. I'm just not really that big of a fan of their faces. So I'm going to do a little bit of thread sculpting and walk you through how I do it and how I determine where to sculpt, so that you can hopefully get a little bit of a better idea of how I do it and why I do the things I do with thread sculpting. And for this guy, thread sculpting is also it's typically not required. It's just like a personal preference, because this is a perfectly good plush, right? I just personally would like the face to have a little bit more definition. That's just me. And then, but for guys like these, if you have one of these plushes, there's a bunch of these that exist. There's a bunch of different models. There's tigers, there's leopards, there's lions, there's lots of big cats, there's even black panthers, I'm pretty sure. But one thing that they all have in common is that they have a styrofoam head, and obviously styrofoam, you shouldn't put that in a washing machine. Actually, I've never tried it. I don't know what would happen, but I just imagine it would be great. So I usually take them out. I have two of these guys. I have this one and I have a normal coloured tiger plush. But what I would do is I take the styrofoam out and then restuff it, but then it looks terrible because it doesn't have any facial definition, because all the definition comes from the styrofoam head. So I then thread sculpt to make it look more like a tiger. This is one of my first times thread sculpting. I think it turned out pretty well and it holds up relatively okay. Like I did a line down here to give the muzzle good definition and such, and I feel like this looks nice and tiger-ish. I think it looks nice. I also gave him eyebrows because his eyes are way too big. I don't know if you can see this, but he's got some really big safety eyes here. and I'm thinking I might want to just replace them, because you know, people have asked me how do you replace eyes, so I'm just gonna do it so I can show you. And just it's just one of those things that I've just been looking at and being like, yeah, they are too big, I should replace them, but I never really get around to it, because it's a bit of a pain to replace eyes, but it's definitely doable, and it's not that big of a chore. You just have to, you just need to know how to do it, because the first time I tried was also with this guy, and it was not fun, because I was fighting with the washers, trying to get them off, and it was just not happening. But I figured out a much better way. Yeah, I honestly, maybe I will buy another one of these guys, just so I can show you how to take the styrofoam head out and do the thread sculpting properly this time. Even though this doesn't look bad, I think it looks tiger-esque, like it looks pretty good. But I just feel like I know what I'm doing now when it comes to thread sculpting, so I'd be able to do a better job. But I don't think he looks bad. I think he looks really cute, actually. So he's fine. So that's why I was like, maybe you should buy a new one. Not this exact model, but I've been looking at the leopard, because I really like the way they did the patterns on these ones, because they look like, I don't know if you saw that, but on the top of the head, look at that. That looks so good on the head. The face. This is so tiger-esque. Like, it's so nice, so nice. I like them a lot. They look so. They are obviously made with materials that are a little bit cheaper, but I feel like they get the markings especially done so well. And the anatomy is pretty good on this. Like, I love the shoulder blades on this guy. Looks so cool. Anyway, I think first I'm just going to do the thread sculpting on these little fellas. I'm just going to do one at a time, so that I can, maybe I'll just do one on camera so that I can show you how I do it, and then you have a comparison. These guys are also going to go into the vinegar bath, vinegar soak, because, I mean, they are like relatively soft. They're not coarse or anything, except for like this kind of, they are a little bit old. I did get these fairly cheap secondhand as well. So I just want to do a little bit of experimenting with them, doing the thread sculpting, and then seeing if I can get this fur a little bit softer again. So yeah, we're just gonna go hop on into that thread sculpting, and then tomorrow, when it's light outside again, I will do some do the final vinegar baths. If I can find a way to make it work, because that big black panther in the background, yeah, he needs it desperately. He's got some really bad dry fur. So there's a couple that I want to do the dry fur fixing for, and it's definitely that black panther. And there's a bear that I have which has some really scorched fur, and then these guys, and I think that was it. Maybe there's, oh yeah, I've got a fox that I made a while ago, that I also want to give a nice bath to see if we can get his fur a little bit softer. Okay, so with the puppy way earlier in the video, if you remember that, I was talking about the thread sculpting that I usually do, or that you see very often with plushes, and there's this too. That you see very often. It's this pinch right underneath the cheek to the top of the head, where you pinch them like this, and then there's a right before the eyes where you pinch them like this inwards, so like that. So like this, and then like that. You see those often. I'm going to do those as well, so I'm going to I have already knotted my thread, but I might do just another one, just for good measure. And I'm going to find the bottom of the chin, and I'm going to attach it here. And from there, I'm going to go between the eyes, where they meet in the middle right there, and I'm going to go just a little bit upwards, so roughly around there. And I'm going to push the needle through. Right there. And I'm going to go back down to the same spot. Right there. Okay. Then I'm going to tug on this thread a little bit. Not too much, this would be too much. Just a little bit to where we get this forehead down, just a bit. I'm going to anchor that thread at the bottom. I maybe should have talked a little bit about why I don't like these faces so much. So that you can tell the issues I'm trying to fix. Issues. This is just personal preference, honestly. So what I dislike about these faces in particular is they're just too round. There's not really that much definition. They're not bad, I wouldn't say, but I just feel like they could look a lot better if they had like defined muzzle and more sunken in eyes. Like, look at that, that already looks so much better. So I want to do that to help them look a little bit more like leopards, snow leopards. But obviously they're fine as they are, like you can totally keep them the way that they are. This is just for me, just for my personal preference. So if you want, you can also look up pictures of snow leopards and just kind of look, or like whatever animal you're trying to thread sculpt, look at their facial structure and like how they the kind of shapes that their faces consist of, and where they are like indentations or like sunken in areas and things like that. You can also look at the skull, which would be an interesting exercise. Okay, so now that I'm looking at it from the side, I'm seeing it. I don't know if you can see it that well. I am noticing there's a little bit of a bump right there on top of the nose bridge, and then it goes down and has a nice curve down, so or taper down. So I'm happy with this bit. I'm not really happy with how this nose bumps up like this, so I'm gonna pinch it down and see, do I like this better if I look at it from this angle? And I do think so, yeah. So I'm gonna do the same thing as I did before. I'm just gonna go from the bottom of the chin to this bit on the nose right here where the nose bridge ends. I'm going to right in the center there. I'm just going to push it up and out. And back down again. And pull it. Now when I pull this down, I'm liking the shape of that, of the top of the head, like this. I like how it's flat and it bumps up a little bit and rolls down. So I'm going to anchor this down. sometimes it will spring back, which just means you need to do another knot, because you are putting a lot of pressure on this thread, so sometimes the knot will slip through the fabric. Okay. Yeah, I might want to do this one again just to reinforce it a little bit. Okay, sometimes the needle gets stuck. Come on. There we go. Okay, so I've just done a pinch from there to there and from there to there. So now we have a silhouette, looks straight, goes up a little bit and curves down nicely. So what you will notice at this point is that the front of the face is looking flat. Maybe not so much on camera, but it's looking more flat. So what's next is we're going to draw those eyes closer together, like that. So I am going to go from the bottom of the chin, where my thread left off, to right in front of the eye. And I'm going to anchor it here without putting any pressure on it. So there's no thread or pinch going from the bottom of the chin to the eye. There's no pinch going on there, just like the thread going from there to there, but no pressure on that thread. So I'm going to anchor it in front of this eye, and I'm going to go to the other eye and to the front of it. and then I'm going to go right back. Okay, so now I've got a thread going from here to here and from there to there, and I'm just going to pull those eyes a little bit closer together. I hope you can see that. That creates more of a raised nose bridge. And I'm going to go somewhere to like the top of the eyebrow, like where, right there, where this seam of the forehead meets the side of the face. I'm just going to tie it down there. So I'm going to pull it taut, and I'm going to anchor it up there because it's really hard to anchor it right there with the eye, because you're pulling that inwards. You might want to make the put a little bit more pressure than you think you'll need in the end, so it's a little bit tighter than you think you would like, because when you knot it, it will spring back a little bit. So I am out of thread length, so I'm just going to go tie my thread down and cut it off. Okay, so now we've only done like 3 pinches, right? We've done from the bottom of the chin to the top of the head, from the bottom of the chin to the top of the nose, and then the eyes close together, and look at that difference. I don't know if you can tell, but there's I feel like that's a night and day difference, and there's some more things that we can do. Look at that. I'm very happy with that. That's adorable. Okay. Now, up next, I'm going to pinch the side of the muzzle, I guess. I want to create a round shape like this. So right now it's kind of round, but it could be more round. So if we do this, it will become more round, because we want this muzzle to be more defined. So I'm going to pinch right there where the side of the face meets the muzzle, to on the other side where the side of the face meets the muzzle. So right there, I'm going to pinch this bit. But I'm going to need more thread first. So I'm going to knot it at the bottom of the chin again, or like anchor it down right there. Now I'm going to just stick my needle in there and then pick one or the other side, right there or right there, to come out. And I'm going to anchor it down here because I don't want to pull this to this. And when I say anchor down, I just mean tie a knot. And then just like the eyes, I'm just gonna, like I've come out here and I'm just gonna go back here where I entered. And if you can't see where that original spot is, you can just pull on the thread and it will show you. You might also want to use a longer needle. That will make this process a lot easier, but also be mindful of how much pressure you're putting on that needle because they're easier to break. I'm using a fairly short, I don't know if you can see that, fairly short, very sturdy needle for this. But you might want to use something that is a little bit longer to give you a little easier time. Okay, so now I've pinched these 2 points together here. I'm going to go down to the muzzle right there and pinch this as well to round out that shape. Stab myself again. I swear it just happens by accident, but whenever you're doing something like this, it's kind of unavoidable. I'm just going to anchor it here real quick. I would anchor it down whenever you're sure you're happy with whatever you just sculpted, and you don't want to be putting any additional pressure on that, because that what it does is it just locks this in place now. Okay, so now I'm going to go right back the way I came. And just pull those bits together. And anchor it down again. If my needle will cooperate. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, that's looking pretty nice, I think. Still feels like there's something missing for me. I think you might want to, oh yeah, pull this bit right there. So from the nose, the bottom of the nose to the back of the head, to make it a little bit more squished in like that. A little bit shorter. Yeah. That's what I want to do, just very subtly for that one. Not too much, just enough, you know? Just enough. Okay, I might not be able to get my needle from there to the front of the nose immediately in one go, so I might just make a little stop along the way and just not put any pressure on those points. And just make my way over there. Okay, I'm going to tie it down at the bottom of the nose. Now I'm gonna wish I had a longer needle for this, but I'm gonna go from, like I said, the snout to all the way the back of the face right there. I might just not be able to do it with this needle. That just means, oh, I'm gonna have to grab a bigger one. Yeah, I don't know if it's, I don't think it's possible. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to grab another needle that is longer. Oh, that's, let's see here. Here, okay. Yeah, this one's like quite a bit longer. I don't know if you could even tell. So I'm just gonna go cut the thread. And put it through this needle instead. Okay, same thing as before. In through the nose and out through the back of the head is what we're trying to do. And with these sorts of things, just expect to stab yourself. It's like, it's literally impossible not to. Or like, it's very easy to stab yourself when you're doing this, something like this. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna maneuver this a little bit to the point where I'm happy with how it's looking. And I'm just gonna tie it down. I don't want to do too much like this because it's just going to pull the nose in. I don't want to do none either because then it's going to look the same. So I'm just going to find a nice middle ground, like right there. I'm just going to tie it down again, somewhere over here. To make sure it's nice and secure. Okay, well, that's looking really cute. I'm loving this. Very sweet. I might want to reinforce some of these ones. I might want to pinch the eyes back together, or like pinch this a little bit more. I think I do want to pinch this more. I'm just gonna like experiment a little bit just by pinching it and see what it looks like. Maybe we want to pinch some cheeks. So, okay, I'm definitely going to do this one, reinforce this one again, because I like that defined muscle. Okay, my recording cut off again. But it's fine. Okay, I think where I was left, I said I'm gonna pinch right there. So that's what I'm gonna do. I think it's probably almost done, huh? Which is really cool. Anchor it there. How much pressure over here? I'm also going to do the same thing, just a little bit higher up. Because we really want to define that round muzzle. Oh. The thread slipped out of my needle. That's fine. I can put it back in. There we go. Okay. This is such good thread sculpting practice for me. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so I'm thinking I might want to do a pinch like this, just a bit, or like this. Not quite sure, because I like the chubbiness of the face, because that feels very snow leopard to me. So I don't want to do too much to minimize that, because this looks a little bit more like a normal leopard, like that. That does look very cute though. Oh, I might just have to do it. I might just have to do it like that. Oh yeah. Okay, maybe I will. I think I will. Okay. Gonna go pinch it there. I can actually get that with my needle. Okay, now anchor it down. Over to the other side and right back to where we started from, and then gonna pull it together. Oh, isn't that adorable? That's so cute. Actually going to go over here to the cheek and then tie it down there instead. Nice. Cute little face. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I might want to do the same thing just right there. Oh, I definitely want to do that. Oh, it's really coming together. Oh, it slipped out again. There we go. Okay, now that's looking really cute. Okay, you don't want to put it too tight, just a little bit. And I'm just like inspecting it now to see if there's anything that I still want to change. I think that I could make look better. Just experimenting a little bit. I'm thinking this looks pretty good though. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna knot it again, just to make sure it doesn't come loose, and cut off my thread. And now let's do a comparison between these two. Oh, that's a night and day difference, isn't it? Okay, let's see if I can hold them up at the same time. Oh, guess not. So, yeah, this one's muzzle is way more defined. Yeah, look at that. What a big difference. Oh my goodness. I am so happy with this. Yeah, even just look at the top view. So much more defined. I love this. This is so cute. Look at this baby. That's adorable. That's adorable. I'm very happy with that. I'm going to do the same for this guy off camera. But wow, that's a really big difference. I'm always so impressed with what thread sculpting can do for a plush, especially something like this. It just takes it to the next level. In my personal opinion, I think this looks really nice. Oh, look at him. That's adorable. I'm really happy with this. Very happy. Very, very happy. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to do, at least tonight I think, is this guy's eyes. This guy's eyes, because he's had these big old brown eyes since I got him. He used to have eyes that might be even bigger, that were blue, I think, or turquoisey. So the way that I would try to pry those eyes out before was I'd opened the neck up, I'm pretty sure, opened up his neck, took out the styrofoam skull, and just tried super hard to get the washes of these eyes. And the washes, if you don't know, it's like the backs that come with eyes like these. Because I'm thinking I want to use these instead. I hate desperately that they came in these little plastic bags. I much prefer the ones that come in those little organized boxes. Anyway, we have an eye, and the way that you install these is, you see the back that they have, they come with a little backing thing. These are called washers. You just push these on, and once they're on, they are not coming off. So I've tried very hard to get these off, but been unable to. And I struggled with that for, I want to say, at least an hour or two, before realizing it's just impossible, you can't get them off. So I cannot believe I didn't think of that first or earlier, but you can just cut around the eye and take it out. It's that easy. You can literally just cut it out, and then sew it back up, and it'll be right as rain. So I am just going to cut with a seam ripper or scissors or whatever you have on hand, just a line just enough to free this eye from the fabric. And we can just stitch it back up with the new eye in place. Yeah, I've also had somebody ask, how do you fix scratched up eyes? So you can definitely do something like this where you cut out the eye and just give your plush a brand new eye. But if you don't want to do that, something that you can do, this, to be clear, I haven't tried this personally, but I have seen this have really good results for other people, is you can use sandpaper to sand down the scratched up surface. You start with some really coarse sandpaper, and then as you're smoothing it out, you go from coarser to finer papers until you get to a very fine grit, and then you use some sort of polish to finish it off. You can also use, at least I'd be surprised if you couldn't, toothpaste. Because toothpaste is a very gentle scrub that is still a little bit gritty and just barely enough to give you that smoothing out of the surface. Okay. So I've kind of half gotten this out. You can see there's the washer, there's the rest of the eye, and I'm just gonna see right there. So I am gonna temporarily blind this poor plush, but there he is. There's his eye, and there we have just the hole where it used to be. And I think I would like to use these, but I'm not quite sure yet, so I'm just gonna try to see what it looks like. Oh, that's very intimidating. But I'm noticing maybe this one is still too big. Maybe this one is still too big. Maybe the other same size. No, they're not. This one is a size smaller. But I think it might just be too big still. So I'm gonna go down a size. Maybe this one will be too small. In that case, I'm just gonna do an eye with a round pupil, but I thought the split one could look kind of cool. Oh yeah, that's actually, that looks great. That's probably the right size for him, huh? Let's see if you can see that. Oh, there it goes. Because it's not attached. Okay. Look at that. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, but I do want this size. I also have a golden color, so I might want to use that instead. I have a blue and a pink also, but and a green. But I'm thinking I'll prefer gold. But we can also always give it a little test. That one's blue. Not a big fan. This one's pink. Also not too big a fan of this. And the green. That's kind of cool. But I'm thinking I'll probably like gold the best. There's the gold. Oh yeah, that looks sick. That looks pretty cool. Okay, let's go with gold. Let's go with gold. Two gold knives and two washers. I'm gonna put these eyes away. Oh, it's so noisy. It's also not sturdy plastic at all, so it's only a matter of time before they break. So I'm just going to rip some of this fabric out. Just going to cut around his eye and free it up. Okay, now I've got both his eyes out. There's a couple ways that we can tackle this. One thing you can do is just stitch this back up and then open him up somewhere else and just attach the eyes as you normally would. Something that I'm going to do actually is I'm going to take a piece of fabric, attach the eyes to that, and then sew that into the eye socket here, just like we did with that shearer plush, where we cut out a hole and then put in a different piece of fabric. I'm going to do the same thing but with faux leather, and then I'm going to install those eyes and then sew that into here. The reason I'm going to do it that way is because these eyes have a special orientation, so if I install them and they shift a little bit, they could be sideways or like just not straight on, and that wouldn't look great. So I'm going to switch to a different angle, I think, to show you a little bit better what I am doing. Oh, you can barely see what I'm doing, unfortunately, but I traced, or I drew a little shape that's like roughly a diamond on this faux leather fabric. And I'm just going to cut that out. And trace roughly the same shape. Yeah, over here works fine. Something like that anyway. Okay, these will be the eye blacks. And I'm going to cut around this shape as well as I can to keep roughly the same seam allowance around the whole thing. Something like this. Gosh, I don't think you can even see that. Great. How's this? Yeah, you can kind of see it. Okay. Next. This is so we have a rough idea of where we want this pupil to go. Okay, we're just gonna stab the piece in just the center. Just a little hole. And you can use whatever kind of fabric you want to use for this. Like you might want to use fleece or anything that fits your plush the best. And I'm just going to push this eye through. Okay. Like so, till it's all the way through, like so. And then I'm going to make sure it lines up with how I want it to line up. So I'm pretty sure I want it to go like this, but I'm going to check on my plush to make sure. Yeah, and after checking on my plush, I think I want to angle it a little bit more to the side, like this. Not a lot, just a little bit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this washer and I'll push it over the backing of the eye. Only do that once you're absolutely certain that it's aligned the way that you like it. Because once this is on, you will not be able to get it off, or you will have a very hard time getting it off. So that's one eye, and now I'm going to do the other one. Just stab. They're very slippery, these things. Push it through. Okay. Now I'm going to check on my plush to see what orientation I want the pupil to have. And I'm going to stick the washer on. Like that. Okay. Now we've got our eyes. And we're just going to want to sew them into the plush like we've been doing. So just like with Shira, I'm just going to attach these key points here, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and then ladder stitch it on. And this bit doesn't have to be super secure, it just has to be in the right spot. This goes really hard to get a good grip on. Okay, come here. Okay, so the key points are on, and now let's just ladder stitch it on, which it's getting kind of late, so I might just do that off camera, and show you once he's done. It's the same concept as what we did with Shira, so if you want to do it for yourself, that's how you do it, and if you need any help or advice, let me know, and I'll try and help you as best I can. But yeah, that's it for this guy, and I'm going to finish him now, and I'll check back in with you tomorrow or whenever I get to film in the next part of this video. Right.
Hello, I'm recording this last part by a voiceover because it was way too windy outside. But first I wanted to talk a little bit about what dryer fur actually is before we get into fixing it, because we need to know what it is and why it happens before we can fix it, and more importantly, so we can prevent it. So dryer fur, typically as it's described, right, is this clumped up, matted mess of a plush. And it looks really scary, and if you're anything like me, you definitely felt guilty for causing dryer fur, or not being proactive enough to prevent it. I felt very guilty for ruining plushies, right? But I assure you, thankfully, it is not ruined. It can be fixed. If it's a very, very severe case of dryer fur, it might never get to be as soft as it was before, but you can get pretty far in fixing it. So what is dryer fur and what causes dryer fur, right? So I feel like one thing that I've mentioned already is that the heat from the dryer, from the washing machine, from the radiator, wherever you're drying it, it's too hot, and so the fur melts. And another aspect of it that I don't see talked about often enough is that that's not the only thing that causes dryer fur. The other thing that has a big impact is as you're machine washing or as you're machine drying, the plush gets tossed around a lot, and that tangles the fur. And if you combine that with the fur melting, you get a really, really big mess. But typically what I've noticed is that the melting, it's not as severe as it looks or as it sounds, because personally what I've noticed, and I admittedly have been quite careful about how I dry my plushies, so and wash them, so at least lately, so maybe it's never gotten to that really terrible point of no return. The melting of the fur isn't typically the biggest issue for me. What I've noticed is that the tangling of the fur in combination with it melting slightly causes the biggest problems, which is really good because that means that we can fix it, because melting, that is kind of irreversible, but if it's just tangled or slightly melted, that's something we can work on, we can fix. So long story short, the tangling is a big problem and the melting is a big problem. Now just really quickly before we get into fixing it, how you can prevent dryer fur. First of all, it's not drying your plushies in an air dryer, or like even putting them in a washing machine, because that causes tangling. However, that is not always possible, or it's not always feasible to just hand wash your plush, right? So the best thing that you can do is after your plush has been washed, and you want to dry it, either dry it outside or dry it in the washing machine, in the tumble dryer until it's partially dry. So you want the fur to be slightly wet still, and then you need to brush. Brush the fur with a dog wire brush or with a comb, very fine tooth comb, or both, because here's the secret, this is the big thing, is that fur wants to return to the way that it dried, right? So the fur wants to return to the direction or the position it was in when it dried. So we have a dry plush and you brush it, it's going to look really good for a little bit, but then as you handle it, or as it sits for a while, the fur is going to return to the original position. So what you want to do is you want to brush it as it's drying, so that as it dries in the correct direction, so it wants to return to that direction. That is the biggest thing. So that's how you prevent it. Also, obviously, make sure that you wash and dry on a gentle cycle and keep the temperature as low as possible, so that you prevent the melting, especially because the melting, that is a very severe bit of damage, which can still be fixed, but it's maybe not going to be as fixable as the rest. But you know, you're still, the method I'm going to outline is still going to help a lot, which is really good. I'm very happy about that too, because for the longest time I thought that it was completely irreversible and there's nothing you can do about it, but that's not true. So yeah, I first want to talk a little bit about these plushes that I'm working on. So the first one is this beautiful bear called, I call him Nanu. And Nanu, unfortunately, I dried him on a radiator once, which was a big mistake because the radiator accidentally got really hot, and so it melted the back of the like it scorched the back of the paws where it was in direct contact with the radiator, and one part of it looks very severe and feels very what felt I fixed it now, which is really cool, but it felt very coarse and rough and not like good to the touch anymore. And then SaskiaSketches is the big black panther, which has a very similar backstory. This radiator, I used to have this one whilst I was living on my own, and it would go from 0 to 100 very quickly. So he was pressed up against it as well, and it was just game over pretty much. And then this is another one which I didn't film soaking, but this was a plush that I'd made, which is I'm keeping as well. He was originally for sale, but I decided to keep him because I really like him. His name is Corvus. He's a big silver fox. But I used some very long fake fur on him as well, and that somehow like clumped together as I watched it, which at the time I didn't really know why, but it was getting tangled in the washing machine because it was tossed around so much, and that made him look a lot worse. I don't have a before picture of him, but I was very devastated, but thankfully I managed to fix it. So first thing that we're going to do, we've already done this with the other plushes, is a vinegar soak. So you get clean and grade vinegar, and you make sure to soak them for at least an hour, if you can get away with it. So that typically for bigger plushes like SaskiaSketches, for example, it's harder to get them fully submerged, which is fine. You don't have to fully submerge them, you can just turn them as well. Just make sure that the vinegar is in contact with the fur for the best result. And if it's too much work, you don't have to actually soak it. You can also just wet it with a washcloth or a spray bottle, and that will work fine. You just might be a little bit more work, I guess, but you know, it just depends on how much space you have, how much time you have. Another big thing is I would recommend just doing this outside, because vinegar can stink a little bit, so just, you know, make sure that they're in a place where it's not gonna bother you too much. So once they've soaked for roughly around an hour, you can wash them in the washing machine, or you wash them by hand. Just make sure you rinse it out completely. You don't have to add any detergent or fabric softener or whatever. It'll be fine. Just get the majority of the vinegar just out. And then you tumble dry, but again, I've mentioned this already, you tumble dry it, or you let it dry outside, but only until it is mostly dry. So don't dry it until it's fully dry, just dry it until it's mostly dry. So the fur still needs to be moist, so you can still comb it as it is drying. I also recommend doing this outside as it's sunny. That will help speed up the drying process, and it will be just a little bit easier. And I've already said it, but you brush whilst it's drying. So brush as much as you can get away with. Get all those tangles out and just figure out which direction you want the fur to go and brush along that with, you know, as many different brushes and combs or whatever you can find. The fewer tangles remain, the better. Just get as many tangles out as you can, because like I already mentioned, the tangles are the worst part of this, but it's completely fixable. You just, because the hair is still there, you just need to brush through it. And yeah, you just keep brushing as it's drying. You brush, 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 let it dry a little bit, brush, 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 let it dry a little bit. Keep brushing until it's fully dry. And then it should be fixed, because what you'll have noticed is that the vinegar will have softened the fur, and then the brushing will have gotten rid of the tangles, so then it doesn't feel as coarse anymore, and it's returned to its original state, basically. And for me, I found that it works wonders, especially on fur that's a little bit longer, because what you have then is you've got a little bit more room to brush out those tangles to get it looking a little bit better. And you'll see even with Nanu, you can barely tell anymore. Like, the only reason you'll be able to tell that he had like the scorched back feet, or like the back of the paws, the only reason you'd be able to tell is if you knew it was there, which I'm just so happy with, because I never thought it would even be remotely fixable, so I'm very, very happy about that. Yeah, so there's a couple more things that you have to look out for when you're working with vinegar, and that is that it's, you know, it's great for softening faux fur and such, but it can also break down the glue that is used to hold the hairs in place. This is especially, I noticed this with the Corvus, the big fox, is that now, even though the faux fur is nice, it's very nicely soft and things, he does shed a lot, because the vinegar has broken down some of the glue, keeping the bits together. And it's not like a huge deal. I haven't seen any like bold patches or anything, but it could definitely do without the shedding. So it's not a huge deal, it's just kind of annoying. So just make sure that you don't overdo it, like don't leave it overnight in the vinegar or whatever, and just make sure that you check up on it. And maybe if you do have a plush with some cheaper faux fur, then maybe just skip the vinegar step, because it will still, like the just the detangling and such will still do a big will be a big help regardless. So that's something to look out for. And another thing to look out for is that you never ever mix vinegar with bleach, because, you know, you shouldn't be using bleach on plushies anyway, but vinegar reacts with bleach to form chlorine gas, which is very toxic. So just be careful about washing them in a machine if you regularly use things like laundry whitener and things like that. Just make sure that there's no bleach for the vinegar to react with, and you should be fine. Yeah, so just this is not a like just do these steps and it will be even better than it was before. Like, you obviously not going to be able to get the fur softer than it was originally, and if it's really badly damaged, you may not be able to fix it as well, but it's going to make a big improvement. It's going to make a big difference, which, at least from what I've noticed, like I've done a lot of different things to try and fix dry fur, but nothing has worked as well as this. And yeah, so just don't be afraid of cleaning your stuffed animals, even if drying them, because even if you do get dry fur on them, you should be able to fix it. And yeah, it's I hope this has helped, because I've put a lot of effort into trying to show you all these different things that you can do to help restore a plush. So don't ever give up on a plush. It's never too late. You can always refurbish it. Yeah, and again, I've said this throughout the video as well, but if you have any questions or you want me to like give you advice on anything, if you have a plush that needs fixing but you're not sure how to go about it, you can always send me a message, like on Instagram, on Discord, or you can just leave a comment, whatever. I hope this has been helpful. It's been very, very labor intensive and fun to make. So yeah, good job if you've sat through the whole 5 hours, because oh my gosh, I was not expecting it to be that big of a video, but I hope it's been helpful, because I wanted to keep everything in. because I think it's important to show you the whole process so that you're not lost on any of the details. Also, I do not have time to edit down 5 hours of footage. Sorry, it's okay. Anyway, hope it's been helpful, and thank you guys so much for watching this video all the way to the end. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe to his YouTube channel for more art videos every single Friday. Have a great weekend, guys, and keep on sketching. Bye!